Hello, I think it's just me at the moment. This is a pop-up sprint. It's because I had to stop my marathon Monday sprints earlier because I had a doctor's appointment. So I'm just here to get some more work done. 1 hour long sprints. My goal is to do 4 sprints. So 4 1 hour long sprints to see how much of that we can accomplish. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start the timer for this next one. In 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, it's time with the first sprint. How did you do? I got 107 words added in my revisions. Where am I at? I think I started on chapter 46, and I'm almost done with chapter 52. And there's 70 chapters with 2 epilogues, so I'm actually getting near the end. I've made really good progress. When I started this morning with my first set of sprints, I was on chapter 3. So, but I think this is an easy revision pass because I'm just going through my Omega readers' comments, and sometimes they don't really have anything to say that's like has me changing anything in the story. So, yeah. Okay, 14 comments. Let's see who's here. Looks like Radiant Mars. Hello, Mars. How's it going? Yay, pop-up sprints. Made friends with like Ben. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gonna try work on project. I'm not crazy, but I got a lot of words in the last sprint, so we'll see. I know you did really great this morning. At least it was my morning. I don't know what time it was for you. All jumping in now. Going to finish up homework. Book 1 is with the editor. Oh my goodness. Going to work on book 2. Do you already know what you want to do for book 2? I think I knew I always know like beginnings and endings. So when I did my trilogy, I knew book 1 and I knew how book 3 was going to end. I could not figure out book 2. I even tried to outline it and I just had to throw out the outline many times. And then I just started writing it and it finally came out. I had no idea what I was going to do for book 2. I knew like who the characters were, but yeah. And I don't know if you've been here on the channel before or if this is a different name there. But if this is your first time, welcome. And if you've been here before, then welcome back. And I didn't even click on it. Here, now I'm clicking on it. I thought I did. Maybe I did and it didn't click over because it did that earlier to me today. Yep, and this pop-up sprints. Hi, Keiko. So I did sprints earlier today. I usually try to go long on Mondays because I have 8 hours of writing or publishing, somewhere in that process that I'm working on to try to meet all my publishing goals for this year. But I was only able to get a few hours in because I had a doctor's appointment. So pop-up sprint. But it's nice to see you, Keiko. How's it going? Believe it or not, I busted my lip open today with a broom. Oh, geez. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I mean, how'd you do with the broom? I mean, that's probably had to be funny. That's probably ranks right up there with the first time I broke my ankle, and that was coming out of a porta potty out in the desert, and I stepped down on the rocks, and the rocks shifted, and my ankle just snapped. So coming out of a porta potty, I broke my ankle. I could add on there, I was also drinking, but I wasn't really like drunk or anything. I just had something. I don't remember what I had, but hello again, Shannon. I'm working on financial task. Hello, Kat. Well, hopefully you were able to make some good progress. It was about a half hour ago. Hello, great to see you again. You too, Miss Paige. Hugging the like button. Need to dash away for a minute, but you can keep the cat company. Yay. I should get my cats. I didn't have them with me earlier because I knew I was going to be running out quick once the live stream was over so I can get to my doctor's appointment. But I could get them. No, because I'm going to be doing this in probably close to 8 o'clock tonight, my time, and they're going to want to eat around 5, which means when my husband gets home around that time, they'll be at my door meowing their head off. Actually, they'll probably be there like a half hour before it's time to eat. Like, hello, feed us. And he's feeding them tonight. So, hello, Mrs. Doubtfire voice. Hello, Devin. How long will you be sprinting? I'm just now getting words down after dinner. So that was the first one. I need to do 4 hours altogether. So I'm going to do 3 more hours. Hour-long sprints, and then whatever time in between takes to talk. So I imagine it's going to be around 8 o'clock my time, probably 9 o'clock your time. Yeah, it's going to be a little late. Adeshale, hello, here we are. Welcome back. Keiko says to Devin, she says 4 sprints at the beginning. I did. Hey, you got it. I didn't know if you guys got the beginning of the stream. Congrats on getting the book to the editor, right? That's amazing. And exciting. Maybe terrifying. Depends on how you feel about it. Thank you, Keiko, says Devin. Jocelyn, how's it going? Are you working on anything? Musical Maggie, hi, Shan. Thanks for sprinting. I'm at work working on data analysis. I'm very, very tired, so the sprints are helping. Okay, awesome. I'm glad that they're helping. Devin added 173 words when I came in at 12-ish minutes to the end. Oh, well, that's really good. Drafting words. Can you type? Yeah, that's really good. Sorry, I was using the wrong account. Oh, okay. I was like, I felt like, I don't know, there's like a spirit there I felt like was the same. I'm not woo, I promise, but it just felt like, I don't know if it was the name that keyed me into it or what. Something about it made me feel like, no, this is like someone I've seen here before. So I had an idea for book 2, know how it ends. Okay, so you know how it ends. Did you know how it was going to start? How how long will the editor have your book for? I'm like, you don't have to answer any of these questions. Just curious. I'm always curious how other authors do things. And, because I think we do them also differently and it all works for us. Ooh, I got startled with the other half came into the office. My music was blaring, dogs were out in the room, and then boom, chaos. Are you saying your other half is chaos? I'm okay, but it's just the stupidest thing. I know, right? Never touch that broom again. I didn't have a choice. I had to keep using the porta potty because it was the only one that was close to my tent. There was a trailer with a shower, but it was on the other side of the camp. And at that point, actually, I didn't have a choice. Shortly after that incident, I broke my ankle. So that was on crutches. So then my soldier would come pick me up because we did have golf carts out there. And she would pick me up and take me where I needed to go. So, but then after I was walking again, and didn't really have a choice because it took too long to get to the other side of camp. And especially if it was nighttime, you didn't want to be out there by yourself. So, and it was always in my tent, there was only 6 of us. And of the 6, 4 were on night shift. I was on day shift. There was one other on day shift. And then there was my first sergeant because she was female. So it was all female tent. So there wasn't really anybody ever for me to be like, hey, I would like to go to the bathroom. You want to go with me to the other side of the camp? And we're like, really? There's a porta potty right there. So I am so up in the air with books for a 5 shield. All I know is that Kalmia has to get the shield. Maybe that's why you haven't talked about it, because I keep forgetting that shield is one of the names. And sometimes I forget the other ones too, but I do often remember them better than I do shield. And I haven't really heard you talk about that one. Yeah. If you're willing to share, how do you work through the editing phase of the book that you weren't too sure about? Oh, I felt bad about it. I think what really helped though is that, I did have those readers that were rooting for me. And I was very honest with my readers. And I put it in my newsletter as well, like how down I felt about that book when I was working through it. But I guess I just kept in mind, I'm in the phase of when you weren't too sure about it. So when I say I wasn't sure about the book, I don't think it does what it's supposed to do. I just felt like I could have done better with it, but I don't think that my writing skill was there enough to do that. And that mainly came down to one character arc, because the character arc was positive and then became negative and then became positive again. And while he was in the negative phase, I had to be very, very careful that I didn't turn off readers, because he was the love interest. And, I don't write like, there's specific genres, right, in romance. You have like the bully romance where the love interest is supposed to be totally a negative character, but they're just negative all the way. And I don't write that type of romance. It's just that he was betrayed. And so he felt a certain way about that. And so his reactions to it, but I wanted it to be believable. Honestly, I think the only thing that really got me through it was that I had readers who constantly got, like they would send me emails and stuff like that telling me that the story's good, and some of their comments. 2 of them are my Omega readers now, and they were constantly, when they were leaving notes on the alpha and the beta, because they were both my alpha readers and beta readers. I didn't have Omega readers with that draft. That's when I got my Omega readers, was from that draft. And I was just very frank. I was like, I feel terrible about this. I don't know if I'm doing this right. And I told them about how, like, I had my one critique partner, again, not Morgan, it was a different critique partner, who just, made me feel really bad about my writing because she did not like that character when he started on the negative arc. And so I was just really frank about it. I mean, I didn't give away her name or anything like that. I just said the same things I've said to you guys. And they would just send me such positive emails and leave positive comments on my draft, like where it was working for them. And I think that's really the only way that got me through it. I don't know if I would have even finished a draft if I didn't have them. Wow, that's really something to say. I did put them into my my thank you at the end of my book. Where you put all your thank yous. I don't know if I answered your question. It was just really hard because I don't think if I didn't have my readers, the readers who liked my writing, I don't know that if I would have got through it. To be honest, I think I would have chucked the book and started over, but I probably would have written Zane and Nira's story next. And I'm glad that it did work out because I like having Zane and Nira's story last in this group. So The stick of the broom is as tall as I am. So you were like, I got in a fight with a broom and it won. Oh my goodness. Yep, 173 drafting words. Yeah, that was really good then. The dogs are chaos. Oh, the dogs are chaos, not the other half. I don't know why I read it that way. I'm not sure. He hopes to have the book back by, wow, that's really quick. It's my first time working with an editor, so I'm nervous. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it's exciting, but it could also be terrifying, depending on like, I've known people who are one side of the spectrum or the other, and then some who are somewhere in between that feel both of them. So it's, nervous for the editor. It's line edits, by the way, and had the first couple of chapters already written. Okay, I would say that it's still really quick if he's going to have it to you by next week. I'm trying to remember because I hired out an editor for my first series, and I don't think it took her less than like 17 days. I think 17 days was the quickest one, and that was my shortest novel. And that one was 78,000 words. I think it was 78,000 words. So it took a bit longer with my longer books. So that's really quick. It's a good turnaround. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything is great. I always try to prepare myself. Now I don't, it's not like I don't hire editors. I do a trade in kind now. I trade editing jobs with two other authors who, one, he edits in his job, but he's also an editor. He's also an author. He edits films, I think, in his job, and he's also an author. And then the other one, her and I graduated with the same program in the same year with our master's in writing. And she's been publishing many years before I started. She was actually the one that got me into self-publishing. So I trade with both of them. I edit their books and they edit my books. And we always give like each other like a month. And I usually take like close to the whole month to do an editing job because, well, I always have lots of other things I'm doing. But I think too, like whatever time frame someone gives you, like, hey, here is my book and I need it back like in 3 months. You're going to use the whole 3 months to do it. But yeah, exciting though. First couple of chapters of book 2 were written. Oh, you meant the first. Okay. So not the chapters that you gave the editor, but of the next book was already written. Gotcha. Cause yeah, I didn't get that the first time. So yeah, you're on a good roll then. I am doing some brainstorming for my linear series. So the third book that I'm working on right now is the third book, but it's 3 standalone books that are non-linear. So they all happen at the same time and they're crossing over into each other's stories. So now I'm going to be writing the 4th book and it's going to start a linear series. So, from A to point B, it's straight through. And I know how it ends. I know how it begins. I think I've got the first book, but I have not figured out the second book yet. And a lot of it's mostly in my head, but I do have some stuff written down. Yeah, the second book, and then I think the end of a series. Do you know how many books you're going to have in the series? I think writing the last book of a series is one of the hardest things to do because you have to wrap everything up, which is so interesting that Devin wrote the last book of her series first, and then she's writing everything else leading up to that. But book 4, which is the last book she's actually writing for the series, but it's not the last book in the series, seems to be giving her the most trouble. So I've always wondered, because I've heard other authors say, yeah, finishing a series, writing that last book is like one of the hardest things to do because you want to make sure that like everything is wrapped up and that the readers walk away with feeling like they don't have any more questions that should be answered. I mean, they could still have questions, but that should have been answered by the story, right? You did answer my question. Okay. And I appreciate the honesty. Well, I get to finish Gems and Wings, and I love what I read before. He's human. It made sense that he lost his marbles. LOL. Well, he's a dragon, right? Dragon shifter, but he's immortal. I always did think that because that the 4 brothers, they're like over 1,000 years old, pretty much at this point. They've been under a curse for 1,000 years. And I keep thinking, well, they have to be kind of crazy in the head in some way if they've been alive that long and under a curse. And the curse makes them marry over and over and over again. Each wife only lasts 20 years, and they don't get to choose their bride. So yeah, there you go, a little crazy. I've approached this story a little differently, so lots of self-questioning at this point. Well, if you ever just want to talk, I don't have time right now. I was like, if you just want to get together and talk about it, it's just fun to do that sometimes. I'm trying to think. this month is really booked with the Charm Chats. But maybe in March. I don't know if that'd be too late for you. What if you used one of your characters for the cameo from my letters from the author? Oh, that's an idea. And to pick your brain, I'm considering going after my BA in English. Okay. Would it be worth it? Might as well go when I don't have to pay. Yeah. I mean, I almost have a second bachelor's in English. And I'm like 7 classes shy of it. And then I found out that I didn't actually need to get a second bachelor's to go into the creative writing master's program, because I already had a bachelor's in psychology, but that was an associate of science from, not associate, bachelor's of science from the College of William and Mary. And I thought, well, for, writing, you needed arts. So I thought I had to go get another degree. So I was doing it. And then I realized I didn't need another degree. And when I look back on it, when I was trying to look at my choices, if I had wanted to stay in teaching with college English, because I was teaching college English and literature, if I had wanted to stay in teaching, getting that bachelor's in English could have been more helpful, because my master's in writing was a terminal degree. But at one of the colleges where I taught, the Western Kentucky University, I would have loved to have been hired there full time, but they didn't have a full-time position come available the entire time I was teaching until I was leaving. I really considered, should we be leaving? Should I be going for this position? But they really put more weight on having a PhD versus a master's, even if you have a terminal master's. So at that time, I was thinking, man, I should have got that BA and my master's in English. But now where I'm at in my life, I'm like, well, I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I went for a master's in writing. And then I wish I would have done the bachelor, even though I didn't finish the bachelor's degree, the second bachelor's degree. I wish I would have done that in creative writing, because then I could have had a whole lot more courses in creative writing itself and learned more, because I've learned so much working with my mentors in my master's program. So yeah. Were you here earlier when Jenna? Jenna, yes, my friend Jenna. Gwenna. I have Jenna on my mind because she's coming on the channel this next week for Charm Chats. And I'm trying to make sure I call her Jenna, because I know her by a different name. That's just one of her new pen names. So I've been telling myself, don't mess it up. Don't say her name, her real name, because you don't know if she wants you to say her real name. But yeah, because even when she had a different, she's never used her real name for any of her pen names. So anyways, Gwenna was on earlier and said how she was at Southern New Hampshire University, and she was getting it in creative writing. So that is a possibility. I don't know if that's what you want to do. Would it be worth it? Might as well when I don't have. I mean, I would say unless you really want to teach in English in some way, are you wanting to teach English? I would go for creative writing. I would skip what you don't actually need, unless you feel like you need English. As part of the creative writing curriculum, you'll still be doing lots of literature. Because I was looking at that back then when I realized that I didn't have to actually need it. So I think I've got a few things going on. I was approaching things from a certain style of storytelling. I spent over a month studying a various different style. My taste and awareness may have changed. I think it's good to grow. I believe there'll be 4 books total, but we will see. I always think about that too, like, forget my books for my main series that I'm writing. There's no way that's ever going to really work like an omnibus. But if you ever want an omnibus, 4 books is probably too much. You'd probably only be able to fit 3, but then depending on how long you write, you could do an omnibus, 2 omnibuses where you have 2 books in each one. I just always think about like, how else can I package this in a way that could be new that readers might like. And then one day, they're going to have actual physical box sets available for print on demand. I know that it's a company that was over in the UK, and they do these special editions with the printed pages and all that. It's like on the tip of my tongue. They were working on box sets, and Joanna Penn, I almost had the name of them again. Joanna Penn used them for her box sets. They used her as like a guinea pig, but as far as I know, they still don't have it. And so I always think about that too. It's like, if you want to do a box set, most box sets are like 3 books. So I'm like, okay, should I have, because I've been thinking that my linear series is going to be 4 books. And I'm like, maybe I should just make it 3. so that it fits in a box set, because I might have a box set and then one book on the side. Or maybe I just make 2 really big books or 4 really big books. So I have 2 box sets with 2 books each. I'm like, I'm tired of writing really big books. I also want to say I find it's a great level of writer awareness, maturity, however you want to call it, to say, hey, this is where my skill is at, and that's what it is for now. Yeah, that it was very heartbreaking for me to know that I don't think that I was good enough writer at that time. I don't think I'm still there at that time, though, to be able to write the story that it should have been. But it is what it is. It's out there now. I should have said relatable for relatable for Wings and Gems. I was really trying to decipher that, but I gotcha. I get it now. Thanks for the willingness to help. Feb is busy. I'm actually trying to get this done before February is done for reasons. Oh, wait. Is this the one for the show? Same, Adeshle. Too many deadlines for February. I know there's so much going on in February. So I know I've been talking about this. I've talked about it with Devin a couple times, and I thought, I'm just going to talk to every author who comes on for Charm Chats this month. My goal would have been to announce my first anthology that's mine, and then start, opening it up for submissions. But with everything that was happening, I was like, there's no way. And I was like, but this is the best time to announce it when I have authors coming on my channel, because it's going to be specifically for Romantasy and the submission. So, and I'm calling the anthology, it's not gonna be the name of the anthology. Each one will have like its own subtitle name, I think. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it just be, that will be the name of all of them. And it'll just be like volume 1, volume 2. I might just do that, but it's gonna be Romancing the Dragon. So it doesn't have to have dragons. I was thinking at first maybe do a dragon anthology where just as long as there's a story of the dragon, I thought, no, I need to really stick with my genre. Yeah, it's just so much. So I told Emma about it after our Charm Chats last night. And she was like, well, yeah, let me know when you have it open. But we'll see who wants to do it. And it doesn't have to have dragons, just as long as it's Romantasy. But I want to call it Romancing a Dragon because it makes me think of Romancing the Stone. I don't know if you guys have seen that. I don't know if I'm dating myself. Emma knew exactly what I was talking about because she's a year younger than me. So yeah, that was one of my favorite movies. Right, Devin. Random question for you, Devin, and others. Do y'all have family and friends' birthdays in February? I had a brother birthday in February. I had. Doesn't mean he's gone, but he's the brother is part of the reason why I don't talk with my family. So why do you ask? I will not be teaching. Nope, not for unless I do it for free through YouTube. And the thing is, if you're doing for free through YouTube, I'm assuming you're going to be teaching more creative writing stuff. Oh, my birthday is February 15th. It's coming up in 13 days. Happy birthday cake. Whoop, whoop. Book Vault, yes. You got it. That's the one I was thinking of. So they're supposed to be having the physical box sets that you can print on demand, because you can buy box set. It's a whole process, though, because I looked into it when I had my first trilogy. And you essentially hire a company to create the box sets for you, the box itself, and you have to know the dimensions. So you have to do all the dimensions yourself and figure it all up and give it to them. And then they ship you the flat box that you have to assemble, and then you have to buy your book separately and put it in there. And then when I was reading what some authors were doing, is they're doing like cellophane wrap, or they were doing like a shrink wrap or something on it to make it, look like a fresh product. And I was like, that's too much work. And then it's still not print on demand, because the only way to get it on demand would be then to get a warehouse spot from Amazon, which you have to pay for, and then ship all of your box sets to them to put into the warehouse, which you also have to pay for. And then it's like sold on demand on Amazon. And I was like, I am not that famous. I'd be losing a lot of money doing all that. So I'm looking forward to the day that Book Vault actually has print on demand box sets. I have so many friends and family members whose birthdays are in February. That's a lot. Happy early birthday, Devin. Thank you. Some of my favorite authors mentioned their stuff. They aren't ready to write yet. Some of my mentioned their stuff that they're not ready to write because of their skill as well. Romancing the Dragon School, I know. Romancing the Stone is a fun movie. It was. Yeah, I love that movie. I love Romancing the Stone, Jewel of the Nile, and the Lost City. Yeah. So yeah, Romancing the Dragon. So I'll probably be announcing it. Probably not March, because I'm probably spending March catching up on whatever I'm missing here in admin, and then putting together what I want the anthology to look like and all that. I have a friend from the women's writing group I'm part of. She's going to be an editor with me on the anthology. So yeah, it'd be Cool. Can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, let's go ahead and get to sprint number 2 of 4. If you had to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get going. And did it not start from the beginning? Hold on. I don't know what's up with these today. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that one's taking me a little bit longer on, there's a few things I've been fixing this, but I got 71 words added in revision. And my kiddo, my oldest kiddo who's not at home, called me. So I lost some time there, but we'll still go the same amount of time. I'll just have to make up my time elsewhere. It's okay. It's 47. I lost 12 minutes, but it's all right. See how you guys did. Devin says, my new fave ambiance is purple, dragons, and no ads. Here's a YouTube link for it. Thank you. I will go grab it. No, don't play yet. I don't know if it has music or anything. Hi, guys. Hi, Gwen. How's it going? Oh, it is playing. Oh, that's lots of purple. Hi, Morgan. Nice to see you again. What are you guys working on, Gwen and Morgan? A thought just came to me. I think I will incorporate a little bit of Alistair's Rage into James' Chef's Kiss. Oh, that would be interesting. Yeah. Just got an email. I may have to start college all over again because credit transfers usually end at 10 years. Oh, and it's been 17 years since I went to school. Yeah, there is a a limit on the credit transfers. I didn't know what it was, but I do remember hearing about it. Oh wow. Nothing? They can't take nothing? I mean, English does not change. What are they going to do? Teach you how to speak in Gen X or Alpha, whatever, Gen Alpha? I mean, English does not change. That stuff should be counted. I would check at different schools too, possibly. Oh no, says Gwen. And hi, Gwen, says Evan. Hi, Devin. 861 words, Esprit. Wow, you're on fire. Might call it a night when the break is over. I'm not a night owl, lol. I'm usually not either. It is like an hour later for you too. It's like 7:19. We should be ending around the time I'm going to bed usually. So yeah, but I need to get my hours in. Finished my homework, moved on to writing, got almost 300 words. Nice. You got a lot done. Homework and writing. I'm learning new things about GIMP. Ooh, I love GIMP. That's the graphics design program that I use because it's poor man version of Power Adobe Photoshop. I don't know why I was thinking Power. But what is the one? Procreate? No, not Procreate. Affinity. I have Affinity now because they're giving it away for free. But I'm like, I've spent years learning GIMP. I don't know if I will move into Affinity. I still have it, but I don't know if I'll ever use it. English, right? I'm like, some things don't change. I don't want to math again crying. Nah, I mean, they have had in the last few years some new ways of teaching math. So that one I can possibly see, maybe. But yeah, I wouldn't want to do math again. I don't know of any new ways to teach English. I just saw the short today. If you try to make a square, so like say you have like the number 5 and you want to find out what it is the square root of, take 5 balls and put them in a line and then create a square and then add the balls in line with those 5 balls and then you'll have 25 balls. So 25, the square root of 25 is 5. I mean, it's easy when it's smaller numbers, but it doesn't matter. Like everything that has the square root of those things. I don't know if you get into decimals though, if that still works, but they say you can basically make a square out of it. Never mind. I'm not going to try and teach you guys math. I don't know why I'm trying to do that. I'm learning to do my own covers so I can save money. Yeah, I've done some of my own covers. But I mean, do you have $5? Because you go through Get Covers, it's only $5 for an ebook cover. So I did my own cover for my trilogy. This is all my own covers, and I did it for the Sunstone and the Hybrid Prince. And man, that thing took me hours upon hours upon hours upon hours to create because I wanted to get blues and greens in her hair, and I found a dark-haired model. And so I did every line individually of all of those colors in her hair. I did those. You can see it. No, I don't have it here because it's not my regular sprints. But usually I show the book covers on screen. But I think the cover is not the best for selling the story, to be honest. Yeah. And then I did the cover for The Florist Budding Desire, but that was only supposed to be a placeholder cover because even though I did a lot of it myself, I also went and got some of the flowers from AI. And like I know like people don't really like AI covers. So I hired Get Covers to do it. And I showed them the cover I made, and they kind of made the same exact cover I had already. And I'm like, well, I don't know if that was really wanting the same exact cover. And there were parts of it that I didn't like as much. So I didn't know what to do with that at first. And I sold both covers during my Kickstarter. Like people could choose which cover they wanted. And I was very upfront that part of my cover was AI. And so some people chose a cover from Get Cover. Some people chose my cover. And now the version that I'm going to sell, I went and took off the elements that I really liked about my cover that I did myself. And I moved them into the Get Covers cover because the parts they took out that are parts that I would have really liked, and I'm like, you got really close to what I did for my cover, but you kind of they made it feel very rigid. It wasn't as fluid. And so I made it more fluid in the way it looked because I wanted it to be fluid. So yeah, and that's what I'm going to sell. And it's so crazy. Like I have that up as an ARC copy on Story Origin. I just put it there. It's actually early in my publishing process because I have a revision and publishing plan. And I'm actually supposed to start it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm supposed to prep the Florist Budding Desire for ARC and retailers. And I've already got it all done. I did it all last week. So I got that up as an ARC on Story Origin, but I've not told anybody. And I said it here on Friday because I do book marketing on Fridays. So I talked about how that was like a blow my mind moment because Story Origin is not known for they don't find you the ARC readers. That's not what their platform's for. It's for you to connect your ARC readers to your draft and deliver your draft. And then they also remind your ARC readers, hey, it's coming out. Or, hey, today it came out, go leave your review. And then they send reminder emails to your team. So you don't have to do that. You can just have your team sign up for your ARC copy there on Story Origin. But there is a reader function that a couple years ago, I didn't feel like the reader function was really there for you to put your ARC out there and people were going to sign up. I've had 8 people sign up now for my ARC for the Florist Budding Desire on Story Origin. And the first 2 I know, but the other ones I don't know. And I didn't tell anybody about it when the first 2 signed up. And one of them I know is on my newsletter. The other one I don't know. I recognize her name because she reads a lot in the genre. So I see that she reads a lot of people who are writing, publishing right now. I see her leaving reviews on different books and stuff. So I don't know if she's on my actual email list, but the first one who signed up is, but I haven't even told my email yet that it's up there and ready for an ARC to be an ARC. That is supposed to go out on the 4th, on Wednesday. I'm sending that email to my newsletter to say, hey, now it's available. And I've already had 8 people sign up for it. And I'm like, I don't even know who these people are, but I'm accepting everybody because you can accept or not accept. They apply for it and you can decide to accept it. So I'm like, that reader function is really starting to work well on Story Origin. But I was like, you know what? I had a Curse of Wings and Gems up there as an ARC as well for a while. And I can't recall if I had as many people sign up. All together, I only had 8 people sign up. And that was after I sent out the message to my newsletter. I got 12 more people by just going around Facebook and telling people, hey, I've got this ARC. Does anyone want to sign up for this ARC? So I had 20 people sign up for my ARC for a Curse of Wings and Gems, which is not enough because the percentages are low for people who are actually going to leave a review. And it's reflected in how many reviews I have. I think I have 3 reviews right now, maybe 4. I think I got a 4th one yesterday. And that's so low. I think I had at least 10 by this time when I had a Curse of Scales and Feathers published. And that's not good because I just applied for a promotion and you're supposed to have at least 10 reviews to apply for a promotion. And I thought, well, we'll see if I get that promotion. So that's how it is with a lot of places. You have to have a certain amount of reviews before you can do a promotion on a book. But I'm working. I'm still hustling a little bit, trying to get more reviews on A Curse of Wings and Gems. But I feel like for the Florist Budding Desire, that's not going to make a difference. I don't know. How did I get onto this? Or we're talking about doing our own covers. The reason why my mind went there, y'all, this is how you know I'm ADHD. I made lots of connections and I didn't even tell you what the connections were. The connections were, I think it has to do with my cover and or my blurb that is really hitting people on the Story Origin platform. They're seeing it and they're like, oh, I want to be a reader for that. Because when I had A Curse of Wings and Gems up there, it didn't get the same reaction. And that cover cost me, how much did it cost me? I think it was $325 altogether for the ebook and 2 paperbacks. She did two different paperback, one for Ingram Spark and one for Amazon. So I think it was $325 for that cover for Curse of Wings and Gems. And the one from Get Covers was $5. And it's getting more. And then I wrote my own blurb for the Florist Budding Desire, and I hired out for the blurb on A Curse of Wings and Gems. So I thought, okay, if it's not the cover design, if it's not the blurb, then maybe it's the length, because you can see the length of the and so the Florist Budding Desire is a novella. It's only 40,000 words, where the other one was 192,000 words. So I'm like, it has to be one of these three things that is the factor for people wanting to sign up for this one and not the other. That's where that was a connection I made when we were talking about book covers. I will probably use Affinity for formatting my book. I've heard that's really good. I've not tried it. Arting, writing, mathing, all hard work, LOL. I mean, that might be hard work, but two of those are really fun. Mathing, not so much. Yes, actually. My next series needs photo covers. It's romantic suspense. So I got the deposit photo deal at AppSumo. Yes, you could definitely do that. I always thought if I was writing contemporary romance, I would definitely be doing my own book covers, because those covers are done with real photos, with actual legit photos of people. And I also have the I did it twice. I got two of those deals. So I have I got two of those deals the last time it came up, and I got one the time before, and I still didn't use all of them. So I'm like 275 photos I can still get from there. I did use a couple of them for interior artwork on my Curse of Wings and Gems for the Kickstarter, but you won't find that in the retailer copy. Risa, that's awesome. I know. And I'm trying to think, okay, was it the cover? Was it the blurb? Or was it the word count? I'm not sure. The next thing I put up there will be my novelettes, which are even shorter. So we'll see. And I'm going to, I said I was going to probably get covers with those covers. I don't have them yet, but I took a deal that, what is it? 100 covers, I think it is. They had a deal at the end of December. So it's $100 for an ebook cover, and I got it for $50. But they actually do market research, where like Get Covers doesn't really do the market research for you. You have to you basically tell them like which images you like and what book covers you like, and you tell them what you want on the book cover, and then they put it together. So, which is very clear is what they did when I gave them an example of the book cover I did, and they pretty much made me a book cover that looked like mine. So, but yeah, is it 100 covers? I think that's the name of it, where they will do market research in your genre. And so I thought for that, I think for the first book cover I do for the novelette series, which is 8 novelettes, I'm going to have 100 covers do the first one, because I can't figure out what I want to do for the cover. I have like so many ideas, and I can't like narrow it down. So I think I'm gonna have them do the first one. So it'll be $50 for the first cover, and then I'm gonna go over, once I figure out what the first one looks like, then I can figure out what the rest of the series should look like, and then I'll go over to Get Covers and get the rest of them. And readers can search for arcs on SO. Yeah, I went to the reader side, because I was like, I haven't even told anybody that my arc is up here on Story Origin. And I'm like, how are people finding this? So, and I know when I log in, you can click author or reader. And so I clicked on reader, and I went to go see and I was like, yeah, I searched for it on the arcs, and I just put I don't remember what I put in there for the search term or whatever, but it came right up. It was right at the top. It was probably at the top because it was probably the most recent one that was there. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting. Also, Budding Desire could pique some interest all by itself. You mean the title? Yeah, probably. It's harder than you think to get them looking good. Yes. I haven't dived too far down the reader tab of SO. Me neither. That was the first time I went, because I was like, how are people finding my book? Because, I mean, when you put your ARC on there, when you could do beta copies, ARC copies, direct downloads, or copies for swapping and things like that. So you can do all these different functions, and you have to, turn it on basically. And so I remember when I uploaded the ARC, I thought, well, it had it toggled on. I thought I could toggle this off. But I'm like, I'm going to be sending it out to my newsletter here within like less than 2 weeks. I'll just leave it on. And I'm glad I left it on, because I already have 8 readers. So now I'm curious. Pulling up, do you see my book? I don't know if it would be there. Like I said, I think I feel like it was there because it was at the top, because it was the first one, or it was very recent that I had updated. I'm looking. I have Story Origin right now because I'm looking at my alpha readers, my mega readers feedback. Reader side for readers. I should share it. Do you guys want me to share it? No, I need to get back to writing. Search no ebook review copies found. Search ebooks. Okay, so the first one up here is the emotional roller coaster. So what did I if I put in tag romance, because they don't have romantasy as a tag here on Story Origin. I wish they did. Romance. I didn't do it. Okay, what comes up? Okay, so still that first emotional roller coaster. It must be a bunch of these that come up March 12th, February 12th. Oh, those are when they're already published. So I have no idea why mine was at the top when I first came in here. I don't know what I was searching for. Show more books. What if I did fantasy? Well, if I do fantasy and romance, it'll probably show up. Yep, there it is. It's under fantasy. It's the fourth one down. But what if I did fantasy and romance as a tag? It's the second one down. Yeah. It's really cool. You can see all kinds of books that are here for. So if you guys wanted to do any, arcs, you can do it. Typing up your last name brings you up. Yeah, but how would they know? Like, okay. The first 2 readers who sign up for it, one is on my newsletter list. And I mentioned in my newsletter in January that I was going to have a bunch of art copies this year. So it could be that they were just looking. And I don't know if they have any, it doesn't seem like to me that you would get pinged. Like, because I would assume if you have a really robust platform for readers, like readers could say, I follow this person. That way, if that person ever put anything up, they get pinged. Like, hey, your favorite author or whatever, an author you follow, put this up. The second one, I know that she specifically does a lot of reviews in my genre. So I think she probably would come in here and be looking for different books in that genre. So I don't know if any of them would look for me by name. The other ones, I don't recognize their name. I don't know where they came from. So I don't think they would be looking me up by name, because I wondered about that too. But yeah, they could search by author. Yes. Do I have all of them up there? I don't know what I have up there. I just put an S. I didn't mean to hit enter, but I did. I just put S, and mine was the first one that came up. HUSTON. Yeah, so it's got all of every single book is on here that I have published. It's on here because they all have review copies available. It's just the one that's not published yet. If people know you're close, they'll look you up. What about ARC swaps you joined? Yeah, I mean, I think I joined a review group, but I don't even think I had this book up there yet. So I joined it with A Curse of Wings and Gems and A Curse of Scales and Feathers. I thought about that too, but yeah, that's the only one I did. I went and looked at that one. I would share the link to Threads. I'm always seeing people looking for ARCs on there. I never even thought about that. And I have not purposely posted on Threads. I know that like when I put stuff on Instagram, it tells me that some of my posts I put on there, I can have it put on Threads, and then other ones it won't do it, like if it's over 500 characters. And I only know this recently because of my book having come out and Charm Chats right now. So I just automatically have it on. So there's stuff probably posting for me on Threads, but I've never even been over there. But I should try that. People can save filters too, and they'll get emails when new ARCs are available. Really? I did not know that. Oh, wait, there's a little green subscribe button here, and I didn't even know what that was for. So they put in, I bet that's where they could subscribe to the author. Yes. That's probably what it is. Made it back. Hello, welcome back. I thought I would miss you. I've got 2 more. Subscribing to filters will get emails. That is so cool. And you can filter by author. So there is a way to ping it. See, I didn't even know that. That's cool. So that is probably why I had those 2, like almost as soon as like that night, like I put my ARC up, I think it was by afternoon. And by that night, I had gone in there to go look at my Omega readers during my current stories. I have 3 novelettes with them right now. And I went in there to go look at whatever new comments they were putting up. And I saw that I had 2 review copy requests. And I'm like, what? And then I saw there was Fleur. And I was like, I just got this thing up there like a couple hours ago. Oh, that's why I get so many emails. I didn't even know that. I've never played on the reader side at all. That is so cool. Yeah. And every single one of my books is on here. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 3 is 7. And then I have my omnibus, which is 8, but that's not like a separate book I had to write. It was a separate book that I did a cover for because I did the covers for all of those. But so 7 books on here. Goes all the way back to 2021, y'all. And this year alone, I'm going to be adding 8 more. So I'm going to be adding 8 more. So I'm more than double what's on here. because of how much I wrote last year. But it's novelettes too. I mean, I write really long books. If I stopped writing really long books, I'd have more publications. So maybe I'll go back to SO for ARCs next time. Yeah, you might be able to find some stuff on here. There's a couple I saw. I was like, wow, if I wasn't actually deep into my publishing schedule, I would definitely do some ARCs. There's a few in here that caught my attention. Yep. Okay, let's go ahead and start with the next sprint. This will be number 3 out of 4. So we've got 2 more 1 hours. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. Wow, you're getting there with shorter books. Right, I am. I'm getting there with shorter books. I just need to learn to write shorter. I'm telling myself for my sequel series, they have to be short. Just write short stories. Yeah. Are not so short stories, right, Ashley? Bye, all. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here, Devin. So anyone leaving out, thanks so much for coming. For everyone else, we're going to get started the next 1 hour sprint in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Thanks for being here, Devin. And that was time on that sprint. How did you do? So funny. I was looking for like one more word to add something. I have 69 words, which my very first sprint of the day was 69 words. It's very interesting. And I'm on chapter 69, still on it. And in the old version, chapter 69 with story origin version, and the old version is a chapter where the characters finally get it on. But I've changed chapter since, and now it's in chapter 70. But yeah, anyways, just thought it was, oh my gosh, 30 comments. Okay, let's see if we can get through these. I got one more sprint to do, and I'm already getting tired, and I still need to put together the last few chapters of this story to send to Morgan as my critique partner. So, okay, let's see. Where do we leave off? With Devin leaving out and Adeshley saying goodnight to Devin. And ta-ta, Devin, have a great night. BRB grabbing a package. Andy stopped in, popping by to pop. I see what you're doing there, Andy. I don't know if you're still here, but that's funny. Pop the like button like a punk. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds very gangsta. Oh, maybe. LOL. And Gwen's like, LOL. And hey, Dreamy Truth, how are you doing? Hope all is well with you, Felicia. Why do I feel like I'm saying that name wrong? I think I've had that issue in the past. I think it sounds like it's not right in my ears, but people tell me it's right. Miss Page, hi, says Andy. Hi, Andy from Jocelyn. Hello again, Andy. Happy Monday to us. Apparently, GIMP doesn't support exporting a PDF in CMYK yet. I don't know what to tell you on that. I know that it doesn't support some things, but it still does really great color files that you can do without that. But I don't know enough. I've set up my parameters a really long time ago, so I have no idea what I did. I know I just, because GIMP has been around for so long, I just Google whatever it is I need it to do. And there's tons of information out there for it. Hopefully you find something that works. Jocelyn, Unicorn, Cowboy. Miss Page, happy Monday. Took most of today off from a work perspective. Nice. You're a GIMP fan, eh? Well, she just got it, so she's trying out because they're wanting to try out and see if it will work. Wait, it's free and it works. I have Affinity too. It'll convert to CMYK. I was just hoping to find a shortcut. Are you sure it doesn't? It probably doesn't. You're probably right. Did you research it? You probably did. Don't even listen to me. I'm getting tired. I was explaining to Shannon that I'm learning to do my own covers for this next series because photo covers are so expensive. Yes. I tried GIMP but gave up because I have no staying power. It drove me loopy. Yeah, I do think she's planning on using stock photos and images. Yep, got the deposit photos AppSumo deal at Black Friday. I am going around YouTube looking for tutorials and learning things. Okay, so you're already doing it. Yeah. But I'll typically just, ask the question directly, how to do this in GIMP. You're probably doing that already. I keep feeling like I'm seeing something in my mind with the CMYK profile in GIMP. Maybe it's a plugin. There are lots of plugins that are free for GIMP. I don't know. Nice. I like that deposit photos AppSumo deal. Me too. I still got a few credits left from years ago. I have a lot of credits left because I bought one a couple years ago and then 2 last year. So I had 300 credits. I mean, I never had it at one time, but I had bought overall had 300 credits. But I'm like down to 270 something now. I sent you my mock-up on Discord. To me? Hold on. Let me go pull up Discord. Maybe you sent it to Andy, not to me. Are we connected on Discord? I feel really tired right now. Okay, not to me. I do have some Discord messages, though. Okay. I wish there was a way to mark a message unread so I wouldn't forget that I need to come back to it. Okay, let me get out of Discord. Okay, I think you sent it to Andy. Right, I'm going to disappear like I disappeared in my YouTube short today. Oh, I don't know if you're still here. That was a little while ago. I'd love to see the short, but you're gone. You could drop the link. You have the wrench of power. Have a great evening. Thank you so much. Night, Andy. Why are titles so hard? Right. I spent this entire sprint on the phone with Mom trying to help her through drama with my aunt. Hub's home, so I don't know if I'll get any more writing time today. Oh, I'm sorry. Sometimes family comes first, right? Family drama. I'm sorry, family drama is no fun, right? 506 words. Awesome. That's getting some progress. I'm getting my little word counts here, but that usually happens. I mean, I'm revising. Typically, revising, I do get some more words, but since this is like my third revision pass, it's not very much at all. 69 words. And I covered what, 10 chapters, 15 chapters somewhere. I don't even know where, how many chapters, what chapter. Oh, I'm on chapter 69, although it's my chapter 70 now. And there's 80 chapters. I think I said 70 chapters earlier. And I don't know why. It's 80 chapters and 2 epilogues. So I'm almost at the end. I've done some more editing, rocketed out for a little while to Lincoln Park and ate some pasta. You know what's so funny is that when Lincoln Park was really like really famous or in the mainstream, right? Back when the lead singer was still there, I couldn't stand their music. I don't know what it was. I couldn't even listen to the words. I couldn't get past the music to listen to the words. And I'm not typically attracted to music with the words first because of my partial tone deafness. I have to hear the music. And if I'm interested in music, then I'll usually have to listen to the song over and over and over again to understand the words. And eventually I do get the words, or I go look up the lyrics if they have them. And so I remember thinking that I didn't like the music. I just thought it was terrible. And then I think I was like 37 or 38. How old am I? I'm 46. So what's that number? 6 plus 2 or 3. So like almost a decade ago, I started getting into them. And I still don't like a lot of their songs. I still kind of feel like that same way that I don't like, but there's still, now there's more. They have songs I really, really love. Not their current songs. I think I've listened to one of their current songs with their new lead singer. I think it's a female. I don't know. Are you listening to old Linkin Park or new Linkin Park? But I think I listened to one song. I was like, it was okay. I wasn't really wowed over. I could send it to you at SC, but I did send it to Andy. Yeah, I was like, you sent it to me? I'm like, oh no, it wasn't me. Because I was like, wait, I don't think we're friends on Discord. I'm on there. But as evidenced by the messages people have sent me, I have not been on there in a second. But yeah, it's because I'm spending most of my week doing writing and publishing stuff. And then the weekend I do admin, but my admin for the last 2 weekends has been doing the Charm Chat stuff. And that's like taking all of my time. I'm listening to their older stuff. This wasn't from their anniversary album. What I was listening to was probably some of my favorites. I'm drawing a blank on titles right now for their songs. Like I can see the video in my head. Fighting Myself. Oh, okay. I think I've heard that one before. It's not in my list of favorites. I have like 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 songs in my. I have a playlist that's just my writing playlist. So when I am not like working on any specific project and I just want to have my music going, I'll play that. And there's like over 300 songs on it. I feel like it fits some of my characters from the book. I mean, if it fits, it fits. And I totally understand that because it just puts you in the mood while you're writing that story. And that's why I have like specific playlists too for my books. You know what I've never done though, is I'll put together a playlist that's specific for the book I'm writing. And then when I'm done writing the book and I move on to the next book, then I start switching out the playlists. Like I start switching out the songs on the playlist. Now I have my master file of all my writing songs writing 2 songs, 2 writing songs. There you go. But I've never kept the playlist. Like I never remember, like I didn't keep it anywhere. Like here's a playlist for A Curse of Scales of Feathers. And here's a playlist. No, it's just one playlist that I just change out I never kept it. And now seeing like, authors are putting playlists into their books. At first I saw that. I was like, I'm not going to go listen to it. I'll see if there's any songs on there that I recognize. I usually do that, but I don't go listen to the songs. So I figured that I don't know. And I know I'm just one person, but then I've been hearing that some people really like those. I'm like, man, I should have kept my playlist, but oh well. The lyrics, at least some of them, and the angst I feel fits my MFC and her mentor. More people are adding playlists. Yes, they put it at the beginning of the book. I thought about putting it like, okay, for this chapter, here's the song I was listening to, because I also have some of that too. Trying to see if the one of my current books I'm reading. Actually, I think Emma has hers. The one that came in my Charm Chats. She's got a lot of notes at the beginning of hers, so maybe not. But there's a lot of romantasy books. I'm seeing it. Oh, yep, there it is. So this is in, I don't know if you can see it. This is in Emma's book that we talked about yesterday on Charm Chats. And she has like a whole list of songs. Yeah, you can't really see it. And it says playlist there at the top. And then it says chapter 2, Evanescence, My Heart is Broken. Chapter 6. So she did, this is what I was thinking, that I would do it by chapter, except I didn't think about putting it at the beginning. I was just going to put it like as part of like under the heading of the chapter. So like usually my chapters for my novels is just like chapter 1, Edmar, chapter 2, Emmy. So it's named by the POV character. And I thought, well, I could put underneath there what song was for it. So then she's like, chapter 6 is Rag and Bone Man, lay down or lay my body down. So yeah, and she's got several on here for different chapters. And the graphic in the back is a dragon. It's really hard to see. You really can't see it. It's a really cool graphic. And she did all that herself, she said, which is really cool. So yeah. I write them down while I'm jamming in my Scrivener notes. Oh, so you have a place where you keep them. That's pretty cool. Then I'll create a Spotify playlist. If I say that word, playlist. That's what I see the most often. I see it as a Spotify playlist. And I'm like, and that's why I never click on them, because I don't listen to anything on Spotify. So I'm like, I don't even know if I can hear this on Spotify, because I don't know if I have an account. I mean, I have an account for my podcasts, but not as a listener. So, and then add them a link to the book when I'm done. Yeah, there you go. That's awesome. Yeah, I love Evanescence. Nice. Yes, romantasy is definitely on the rise. Yep, I'm reading a couple of them. Oh, cool. You're welcome to share, Jocelyn, if you want to share them, but you don't have to. Cool, Jocelyn. People do song titles for chapter titles sometimes. Yes, because I've actually done that too with a book that I haven't published. It's the Book of My Heart. So you can use song titles in your work, because song titles cannot be copyrighted, but lyrics are copyrighted. So you can't use lyrics in your work. So you have to be careful on that one. So there's like a fine line there. One of them is horror. And they have a playlist too? That's interesting. I thought of doing it for YouTube for people without Spotify. I'm just not sure if I'll find all the songs. That said, I think YouTube would be more accessible. Yeah, I listen on YouTube. The only thing with YouTube, and I found this like because I make my playlist on YouTube when I listen to things, is that if you don't have like an original, like say it's an artist that who has not put their songs on YouTube, you'll often find it like lyric videos, like people who want to do karaoke. You'll find all those types of videos for those songs. And so I'll add them to my playlist. But sometimes those channels go defunct, or I don't know how it works on the copyright side. I'm assuming that for some, they get a copyright notice where maybe they have to do like split royalties or something, and they decide not to keep the song on their channel. I don't know. It just disappears sometimes. So I'll have like my playlist of like 300 plus songs, and I'll go in there and I say 2 unavailable videos now. I'm like, oh, okay, I lost 2 videos, and I don't even know which songs they are. So that's the other thing about putting something together on YouTube. You want to make sure that if you can, to get it from the original creator, because if they have an account. If they don't have an account, then if you get like a lyric video or something that someone else has done, it may not stay there. Hubs has an interview for a volunteer construction project, so he's busy for an hour. So I get another hour. Okay, well, let's do this. Let's get one more hour done so I can get my chapters off to Morgan. I'm trying to see if I have another video after this. Do I have another one? I might have to start this over. Oh, I do have another one. I feel like this is going backwards in order. Okay, for anyone who wants to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, got one more hour in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that was it. The last sprint. How did you do? I got 85 words added in revisions. I actually got to the end of the novel. And then I am sending chapters to my critique partner tonight, and she's actually getting the last few chapters of the entire novel. So I was just going back through those chapters because I had used my Omega readers' comments to go through the chapters, and then I was just going back through myself and just looking at word choices and things like that. So I got through 2 of those chapters, and I think she's getting 7 chapters altogether, I think, tonight. So, all right, see where we left off and how you guys did. We left off with Adeshile saying, cool for both of y'all, to Miss Page, yay for volunteering. Thanks, Adeshile. Let's rock this last hour of at least mine, of the day. It was mine too. Going to head off. See you later. Well, thanks so much for being here. I appreciate it. And night. Evanescence, Nightwish, and Within Temptation are influences for one of my urban fantasy books. The main characters have a band. I love that. Yep, Miss Page. And hi, friends. Hi, Gwenna. This will be the only sprint I can squeeze in before the kiddo needs to go down for bed. Well, it was the last one, thankfully. So I'm going to head to bed myself. Night all. Thanks so much for being here, Gwen. I just missed you. That was like 12 minutes ago. Night, Gwen. Thanks for catching her, Jocelyn. 242 words for Gwen. Not bad for 20 minutes, I say. That's pretty good. And rocked it. Yes, you rocked it as well. We all did. Thank you for the space tonight. Get new words, but finish my task for the day. XOXO and e-hugs. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oops, it skipped Deshleigh's comment. It's like skipping on me. I've just a few more basic edits for this chapter, and then I'll be done for the night. Yeah, I just have a few more as well, but I'm going to go ahead and sign off online so I can concentrate on this, get it finished up. I think I'd probably do it in the next 20 minutes and then get it off to Morgan. So I struggled with one sentence the whole time. Oh no, my poor brain. It's been a very full day. So it was mostly the day that was interfering with that one sentence, and not the sentence itself that was giving you troubles, or maybe just a combination of them probably. And would have completed a huge milestone. Yeah. So you complete a few basic edits for the chapter, and they'll be done for night, and would have completed a huge milestone. That's a lot. That's a great achievement. Make sure you I don't know if you reward yourself in any way or just give yourself a pat on the back. I don't know. I know a lot of people will use a reward system to motivate them, but I haven't found that like any intrinsic value in like something that you can touch. It's more of just like a feeling of completion that works for me. It was a combination of things. Okay, I can see that. Hopefully, maybe tomorrow it might be more clear. At least the day will be better so that you can tackle the sentence. I wish you the best of luck on that. I need to give myself a pat on the back. There you go. Yeah. Always celebrate the wins, no matter how small. Thanks for last minute squeeze tonight. See you on your sprints tomorrow morning. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. My brain's like, but now we have these other things to do. I think it's a good place to leave it. So yes, I'll get some air horns going. Wait. I think I have something on here. Not me, but the StreamYard has it. What do they have? Sounds. More sounds. Train whistle. Okay. Hold on. That's StreamYard for you. Okay, great place to leave it. Thank you everyone so much for joining me for this pop-up sprint to get some more writing. It's not like a whole lot of words at it, but I got through what I need to get through today. So thank you so much, everyone, and I'll see you guys later.